All right, folks, this is a ton of open studio. We are here each and every day at 6 p.m. Eastern. People can feel free to send stuff to atonuvrecords at gmail.com. It's that email right down there. And there are some guidelines going across the top of the screen if you want to just take a look at those before you send stuff. Yeah, that's basically it. As far as general housekeeping, we are, probably gonna, if you're watching the replay, I try to get into like actually looking at stuff about 10 minutes in, if we have stuff to look at. And coming up at the end of the month, doing a group chat with Magoo, whose album I mixed. It's going to be really, really sweet. They're going to have a single coming out sooner than later, and we'll plan the stream around that. We've got another live one-on-one session with Mason scheduled for later tonight. So we'll be doing that, opening up a session, going through some mix moves. Mason was also kind enough to be a guinea pig and I've been stripping away some of my old sessions and making them kind of like practice mix material. So Mason took a look at one of those. We tightened up some of the file transfer stuff, and we'll see what happened with that. That's going to be cool. That'll be later on tonight. I think that's all the fancy stuff. And then basically, people have been clipping the Twitch channel, and I've looked at a few of them, and I've noticed that it's basically just clips of me waiting for stuff. So, it's just basically silence with Guinness in the corner there. So in between sessions, I'm just gonna, I'm not a composer or a beat maker like I know many of you are. But I do sample, like especially the violin and the modular synthesizer, and the modular synth is harder to hook up, like this streaming setup, to like get everything like through the DAW and like firing in my room simultaneously. It's kind of like a lot of wiring and a lot of like brain power for routing. So to just keep it like really simple, I've just got my sampler and my violin plugged into the interface. And yeah, this is a thing that I do. And like on a lot of stuff that I'm mixing, I wind up like eventually like putting strings down or filling in things with little samples from what I have, which is, what everything has kind of turned into. So, yeah, just in between, while we're just waiting for stuff, because sometimes we got like 20 minutes where stuff just isn't coming in. So, filling in that space. And Elias, let me open up chat. I'm gonna have them as just stems. So if somebody happens to have Studio One, I can send you the session. But there will just be stems available, and I'm actively working on getting that all like buttoned up and put together for everybody. So that's I'll probably wind up posting everything on the Discord, which if anyone wants an invite to, just hit me up and I will get you on that Discord. Yeah, folks, send in tracks, ask questions, chat about audio stuff. We're doing the stream. Yeah. And Elias, how the like beat to talking level, how is it also? Because I have no idea. But um I can also just stop it. Mic's a bit quiet. Cool. How are we here? I also adjusted the gain. Um I watched a replay and realized that there's just a lot of noise coming through, so uh I regain staged everything. Does that feel all right? Okay, awesome. Uh yeah, so right now I just got like I sent some text to some old clients and was like, "Are you cool with this?" And we're figuring out like which tracks to use uh and all of that. So I'm getting that lined up. And also if other folks want to post some stems, and I have it actually there's a I kind of thought ahead. On the Discord, there is a channel. Um, I just named it Post Multitracks. If people want to post their own stems to let like other folks do like practice mixes or remixes or anything, I totally encourage it. This is such a cool group of people. So definitely feel free to just go, totally crazy and and take the idea and run with it. Hey, Vault, what's up, man? Yeah, I will definitely be going through stuff that I've done because it's kind of like a no pressure situation on my end. I'm like, I can pull something up and I know the track. Uh, I think that I'm down to do some stuff uh with other people's stuff. What I would want to do is keep it to like kind of like sections of songs. This is kind of like how I'm partitioning in my brain because it's like um I love the stream and I love the open source approach. It's also like I'm conflicting with my mild capitalist tendencies is that in that like mixing is also my job. So I don't want to do like full mixes. This is my neuroticism. It's like I don't want to do an entire track of somebody's because I'm gonna internally feel like I'm working for free, and then also I'm not gonna mix as well. It's that whole just psychology of it. But I think I am very down for doing teardowns of like sections of tracks on stream. Is uh is kind of where I'm at. And I want to make it a rule because I think that like we're going to just keep getting um more and more stuff and yeah, I'm definitely planning on getting guests on stream more often. And I'm talking to some folks about just like the back end and getting the tech lined up. Um, that is gonna be the thing. And then like later tonight, Mason does one-on-one, and this is another thing. Like I do also teach uh like music lessons and mixing lessons. And so Mason is being very, very uh, cool and kind of volunteering himself to experiment with doing the lessons on stream. So it's kind of like and because I grew up in classical world, it's like that's one of the cool things about a master class is that like a violin master class, you would have a really intense lesson with a master uh, in front of like six of your peers, six other students, and it's just a really cool environment and a really cool vibe. So it's kind of like opening that up into the stream uh, is a concept that I am interested in seeing how it goes. So, yeah, the core of what happens here of just like going through tracks and Ivory, yeah, happy to hear whatever you're working on. Um, awesome. So, yeah, the core of the stream, the mix feedback, the whole approach, I think it just like totally works and it's awesome and it makes me happy and it makes others happy and it feels really good. And I'm kind of also in this experiment phase of like what else can work. So, kind of throwing some stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks over the next couple of months to open up a little bit wider variety of what happens. And Vault, we'll figure out what's going on with your session. Um, download the latest one that you sent. Cool. And you asked, how do I like to get stems? Um, everyone has their own way. And so you're gonna want to like talk on a person by person basis. But like basically, I'm fine with working at like 24-bit, 44.1. I'll do stuff in 32-bit, and like I'll do like high, 96, 192 if that's what it was recorded at. But I'm comfortable. There's a few like plugins that'll like upsample, and I'm not terribly worried about like hitting Nyquist. Um, but that's something entirely else. So I'll take files in like any shape, and form. Generally wave. Um, Mac people send AIFs, because I think that's what Logic automatically outputs to, and that's fine. That works. Um, but yeah, I mean, mostly it's just a matter of like talk to your engineer. Um, the and then what I want is what I'll ask from people is for nice. um what I ask for is dry stems and wet stems from people. So I kind of operate under the assumption that in 2020, a lot of people who are like sending me stuff have a very good idea of what they want out of their session and what they want out of their track, and they're very good at establishing vibe. Uh, and there are some people that are like, I just want dry stems, don't put anything on it. I don't want your effects, I don't want your EQs, just dry stems. Which makes a lot of sense. You can build it from scratch, and sometimes that's what I wind up doing. But my assumption that I go in is that an artist, unless they're like, I don't know what I want, from the get go. I my assumption, because you're gonna make an assumption no matter what, and I would rather lean towards they know what they want and they know what they want to establish, and they are smart, reasonable people. That's what I want to believe. So I want the wet stems. I want like all of their moves printed onto the track. Um, Even their EQs, even their compression. Like I'm just going to assume that they have done some stuff that they want on the track. Then I give it a listen and I basically blend their dry and wet stems usually, or I'll go more often than not, I just work off of their wet stems and then just do like bus processing and then kind of work and iron stuff out. If I hear something and I'm like, wow, you just really hit, like you hit your kick with like 40 dB of gain reduction and that's ridiculous, then I go and I grab the dry kick. Um, cool. Yeah, yeah. I love, like I said, I love wet stems. Um, and then I just approach it as kind of like I kind of think of it as like almost like a mastering thing where I'm just going to kind of extend the reaches of the stems that they have and just kind of hi-fi them a little bit. And that's how I'm approaching like a lot of stem intake. And that's like my philosophy. And also what it comes down to is the thing that is like overlooked a lot. It's not the raw engineering of like this is the compressor that we're going to use and this is the settings that we're going to, you know, put it at. Uh, it's communication, like client communication. And um, the mastering perspective is so client oriented, especially if you're doing it like totally right and you're providing like really, really great or not great, in depth uh, mix feedback before you start touching like the mastering console. Uh, you have to expect that. I mean, first off, you want to like work with the client to basically convince them to fix their mix, which is uh never the it's never like immediately exciting because generally once someone contacts their mastering person, it means that they're like very, very done with it emotionally. And then you got to kind of go like, hey, I know you're done, but your snare needs to change, and it'll be better. So you just develop like this really healthy client communication skill set in the mastering process to convince people to like do their stuff again. Uh, the And then I mean that pushes even further back, like with like long term clients. I think that people should work with their mastering engineer from an earlier stage in the production process, and many would be happy to because it's going to save them time on the back end. If you hit someone up and you're like, I'm, mixing, I'm rough mixing. I'd love to hire you as my mastering engineer. Would you like to hear some of these like first mixes and give some feedback? Most people would be down because that's going to save time. Like once it hits the desk, there's less, if you're just providing that objective feedback from the beginning. Uh, yeah. So you do a lot of that, and then when I do a mix, it's like now that I feel really comfortable with that level of just like client communication, uh, I just feel comfortable like asking for things that I need out of the stems instead of just because there's just so you start to learn like there are things that you can do and can't do, and it's just way easier to just ask for something that's going to make your life easier. And if you go about it in the right way, then everyone wins. Like the last thing you want is your mix engineer spent like is this is going to sound ridiculous, but you don't want your engineer that you hired to spend days on your track. Okay? Like you don't like it's this weird we have a relationship with like money and how we view people who work for us. It's like I have paid you this money. I want you to spend hours slaving away at it. Because that's how I feel like I'm getting value for my money, you know? But what we want is we want to hire someone who has like the experience and the ears and the understanding of your music. And sometimes what that means is that they're going to work smarter, not harder, and just, dial your thing in. And if everything is lined up beforehand and communicated and it's delivered in the way that makes everyone happy, then that mix or that master is going to, like, the amount of like physical time spent with it is actually not that much time. And why you don't want them to do that is that as we get deeper and deeper into a mix, we have more ear fatigue, we have more decision fatigue, we have more option paralysis, and we start making significantly less effective decisions. Yeah. So that's like all of the like, you ask a fun question like what's the best way to prepare stems? Uh yeah. And so it's like this is how we prepare stems and it's more like why are we preparing stems and like what would be the thing to do. Um yeah, in total honesty, if it's a good master and everything is dialed in, it shouldn't take that like mastering shouldn't be exhausting. The exhausting part should be the revision process and the mix pushback. That's what is it is both the exhausting part and not the exhausting part because you want a mastering engineer that's going to say just straight up like your snare needs to get cut at 200 and the vocal needs 1 dB of gain reduction. Like that's the level of note that you should be getting back. And then you just make those adjustments and you go, wow, this mix is just much bigger now. And wow, much better mix. And then you push that back to the mastering engineer and then they just run it through their chain. Uh, and then that's it. The exhausting part is like analyzing the mix and finding what piece has to move to make it push itself over the edge, not the physical tweaking. If we're spending a bunch of time tweaking, it's probably going to be like less than ideal. That's fun. That's just like that's a fun question and it's a fun thing to think about. All right. Ivory, let's check out your track. Let's uh let's move away from philosophy. Take a listen to this track. Ivory, I hope you're having a good beginning of your year. I hope everyone is.
I don't know what you see inside of me, but baby, please let it be. Because our melody, it can't just sleep. There's too much going on, oh can't you see? I don't know what you see inside of me, but baby please let it be. Because our melody, it can't just sleep. There's too much going on, oh can't you see? Only got time when I say so. Need more time on a payroll. Everything been tripping, so I stay low. Days been slipping into nothing where I've been, though, dog. I need that slot, I need that check. Need to catch my breath with this like new song. Where did I go wrong? Try to right my wrongs. Looking down the shoulder, I ain't see too long. Tell me what you need now. I ain't see now. Really what you need now. On the scene now. Really what you need now. On the shoulder with a beige, I ain't see now. What you want tea now? Talk down on a man too long now. See what you really need now. I'm on now. On top of your side, need a ride, need a goddess in the ground. I'm bad. Tell me things. Don't fall in now. Tell me things. Don't fall in now. Tell me things. Don't fall in now. Tell me things. Don't fall in now.
Yeah. Raw, fresh, totally understand all of that, but still, once again, range for days, uh, big vibe. So because this is raw, I want to address a couple of workflow things, because I think that if you just make a couple of adjustments in how you are, um, it's cool to see like your raw work. I think that we can dial in that part of the process. I don't want to like focus too much on the mix because it's not the mix yet. But I can see some things that I think are habitual moves that could get tweaked in this part of the process that are going to lead to better results on the back end. So, first things first. Basically, I think that you are mixing too loud. Like that is like it's very basic, but you gotta flip up your monitoring system so that just it's as simple as like turn up your monitors or like whatever you're listening back on, start at a louder volume on that end so that you feel stuff the way that you need to feel to get your point across. And then work on hitting a more reasonable level on your output. Like I mean, there is truth and not truth and have truths to like on forums or whatever. When people talk about gain staging, they're like, you got to hit between like -18 and -12. That's the sweet spot, like per track and on your master, et cetera, et cetera. And that comes from, there are a few like analog style plugins that will like start to introduce internal clipping and saturation. And so like there's kind of an internal level on some plugins. But then after that, it's like pretty arbitrary. like that exact like minus 18 dBFS. There are some plugins that are like mildly affected to it, but you can also hear it. You're like, oh yeah, that's getting driven kind of hard. But that's not like a magic number that will magically make your mixes better if you're constraining your values to that level. It's still got to sound good. But the greater truth is that if you're mixing with headroom and you're getting tighter control at that level, then you're just gonna like I mean basically like at the loudest moments of this, um, it it clipped. So we've got clipping somewhere in the chain because you're gonna if you're just like working at like this high of a volume, you're just constantly you're like, okay, here's a new element. I'm working, I'm producing, I'm writing. I've got this new idea that I want to put in the mix. I gotta push it. I have to crank it up so that it fits. And then especially like within your style, because you're doing things that are so cool with your layering and your composition, and you're bringing things in and out. If you're not exercising this gain staging philosophy, then you're just going to start to push and push and push and push and make decisions that are increasingly further away from like an objective analysis of what's happening. Uh, so like that's kind of what's happening, and it's gonna if you can dial this in, it's gonna change your entire way that you do things, and you're gonna get things that sound better and better and better. And then if we look at like the mix, it's like again, we're really really hot in that 30 to 70, and it's not that well defined. And if you can set it up so that you don't feel like you have to push as hard in that area to feel the low end, then you're going to get a better mix. So uh, if you, and remind me in chat, and it's like, I agree, like, you want to push it because you want the drums to feel good. And that's exactly what your instincts should be. Because you have the instincts of a great mixer. And I can tell because everything that you send in, I'm like, yeah, these are really, really good instincts. You're making very musical choices, and that what you are feeling is correct, but it's not always translating out the other side. And it's because of monitoring limitations. Uh, and your monitoring setup and your gain structuring and like these like kind of like core disciplines are hurting you on the back end. Every instinct you have is absolutely 100% on the money. Uh the So yeah, just tell me what you're mixing on, and we can kind of dial that in a little bit. Uh, and come up with a way to make it work better for you. That is the so utility gain on your master um is it, I'll push back on that just a little bit. If you're not careful, you're going to clip going into your master channel. So that's what I would look out for there. Just be really, really careful. Okay. So the KRKs, do you have a sub? Okay. So that right there tells me a few things. And we would want to dial in like room treatment, like you've probably seen me talk about on stream like several million times at this point. But a reflection free zone and some front wall base traps are going to do you a lot of good. Um, uh, and then I'm going to jump back in time just a second. Like, my personal target when I'm mixing is without any sort of trickery or limiting or anything. I'm looking for at least peaking at -6. Oh, okay. So if you're putting it pre-fader, I still don't love it. I don't love it from a discipline standpoint. I think it just makes a huge difference if you can achieve what you're looking for as far as making things like punch and sound good and clear and all of that. If you can achieve that while having an internal target of like peaking at honestly, the only thing that matters is peaking at anything below 0. Uh, and what I personally aim for is -6 to -12. If I can do it, like especially on like a really really busy rock mix, and I can make it just slam at -12 peak, then I'm like, this mix rules. Because you're focusing more on how you're getting perceived energy and perceived loudness, and getting your mix super dialed in on all of the mix levels, and you're not just hitting like I'm slamming it. And if you develop that discipline, it just automatically forces you to make better decisions, and that's why I prescribe it, because it's kind of a make better decisions button. And which speaks to Ivory as well. So great. I love that you're working on your setup. I love that you're treating it. That's awesome. So you're getting there. So what I want to do is I want to dial in your situation so that basically you gotta like open up a mix and or load in a reference track into your DAW, and like I mean, just to find where your monitors should be set up volume wise, you could just take a track that you like and just do the fader and like gain it down to like so that it's hitting -6 on the master, and then turn your monitors up until you're like, this sounds great, and then start your mixes. So then your target is like -6 on your master, and then you've got enough just like volume on your monitors that you aren't pushing, and then you're going to get better dynamic control, and you're just going to get a better feel for your mix. Yeah. So that's what I would do. And then I would say that you need a sub. Like at this point, like your mixes are so sub heavy, and I think it's like your system is literally not producing the stuff below 60. Like it's not producing it accurately, and as a result, um you're just pushing that region really hot. And honestly, like once you have a sub, you might find that you're still mixing really hot in that region because you personally like it. And my recommendation, and this is what I tell people all the time, I have a bunch of friends who like to have really, really, really heavy sub stuff because it feels good when they mix, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just like, turn your sub up, like tilt your perception a little bit, and then you're gonna dial back your mixes to a more industry level, which also speaks to like, I know we can clip it 30 to 60 hertz. There are like there are beat tapes and underground stuff that blow up that region. Uh, my perspective on it is purely from what like is professional. Like that's always just kind of like where I try to ground feedback and ground the stuff, because I want people to like get on like a Spotify playlist or like break through like a certain level of like industry glass ceiling. And the difference between like an underground tape and like a professional shiny boy is stuff like that. Like just pulling back that sub region with the understanding that it could just get cranked. Yeah, absolutely. Those KRKs are just not going to give you what you need. So I would drop a sub in and then just be aware that like you need that like to feel your mix. So it's like you need to dial in your monitors to give you what you need to feel comfortable, not you give them what they need to work. Like they are your tools, they are your they're there to do your bidding. So make your monitors work for you. Hit a kind of like it doesn't truly matter in like many scenarios. Like there is the little thing about like, oh, you might like add like soft clipping to an analog style plugin if it's over this dBFS. Sure. But it's more about setting up a system that encourages you to make better decisions. And yeah, that's that. So that's what I would say to this mix. You know, like it's heavy from 30 to 60, and then it's just like we can even see, you know, we can see it. We got this Christmas tree happening. Like it's very dynamic. It's too dynamic. Like there's too much stuff like on the sections where stuff drops out, there's too much missing in the mix. And then the sections where everything is in, there's too much stuff. So it's like if you were just kind of operating at a more consistent volume within your space that works for you, then stuff like that won't happen. And like, because that's going to have to get fixed. That's not going to work. It's too much. It's too much dynamics, which is occasionally a thing that happens. It's a nicer problem to have than too little, because we get accustomed to that. We go like, no, I like my squashy sausage of sound. But this is great. I mean, this track rules. This is really, really, really good music. And I'm sure that once you dial in the mix a little bit, a lot of the things that I would be picky about are going to get fixed. So I don't want to go too far into that. I want to get into how do we make your demos start to sound more like final mixes? And this is how. So pushing all the way back. Okay. Okay. Vault, if you're here, let's walk through these drum stems. I got sent these stems so that I can kind of like show some mixing stuff on stream. I don't think I'm actually gonna do the mixing stuff. Uh, oh, cool. Yeah. Send me that. Send me that stuff. But yeah, we'll kind of like parse through these drum sounds, and I could get them organized. I also have to prep the one-on-one session with Mason on a technological perspective. So I'm probably not going to actually touch these drums today. But let's figure out who they are. Oh yeah, there's a lot here. This is a lot of stuff. Like say, I mean, it's fun to see what goes into your production. It's all right. We got one more from Ivory, and Ivory has to head out, so let's go ahead and load that in. Take a listen. I'm going to.
What's the point of just playing like it's pretend? And I don't see the point of you staying if you're a friend. When I hear your voice, it is dangerous.
We'll get Vault. I'm going to. One of the people that's going to come on stream is an engineer that I work with all the time, and I'm her go-to tech advisor and do backing stuff in the touring outfit. But her sessions look a lot like this, and y'all would identify with each other on the kind of like insane layering. It's giving me like a little bit of PTSD because this looks like a summer session. All right, I'm gonna back it up a little bit.
What's the point of just playing like it's pretend? And I don't see the point of you staying if you're a friend. When I hear your voice, it is dangerous. I'm here again in the same spot that I was, trying to make sure everything is okay. And I apologize for everything I did or didn't do that made you think it was all a lie. Yeah, okay, and for all the awful times, every time that I might have made you cry, and for everything it's worth. On to better things. You're on to better things I heard, and for everything, yeah, and for everything it's worth, yeah, on to better things. You're on to better things I heard. You're making it hard, I trust. You won't forget those fantasies about us. It's hard to see, surrounded by the darkness. I'll turn to sand, I'll turn to sand, stardust. You're making it hard, I trust. You won't forget those fantasies about us. It's hard to see, surrounded by the darkness. I'll turn to sand, I'll turn to sand, stardust. And I don't understand it. How am I the one that's hurting, that shit left abandoned? You go find another person, I can't take the damage. Even had a girl after you, she just took advantage. I could've hardly planned this, yeah. And all this fear and living war. But you could've told me that you wanted more. Driving through the empty streets, don't know what I'm running toward. Had to clear my head when you bought the motherfucking door. Woke up and I couldn't tell if it had been a month or 4. Should I get to running, or should I let it run its course? Don't know how to function and I've been awake for 24. How to let a stranger in my life cut me to the core. Speeding through the hills, getting clearer air. You said you put up with my shit, but then you weren't there. All the little games of love and war ain't never fair. And it's beautiful until it fucking disappears. You're making it hard, I trust. You won't forget those fantasies about us. It's hard to see, surrounded by the darkness. I'll turn to sand, stardust. You're making it hard, I trust. You won't forget fantasies about us. It's hard to see, surrounded by the darkness. I'll turn to sand, I'll turn to sand, stardust.
Yeah, that's awesome. And like that moving drum kit is a very, very bold decision, but the way that you've got them, like they're very like splashy, is how I would like describe that kit, like the snare and the cymbals and everything. And because they're just not occupying a lot of like weight, it works that they're moving around. Normally not a thing that I would be like, yeah, that's the move, but the way that you've got that dialed in, it works. So that's awesome. What a cool thing to do. I just want to talk about like two things. We could kind of like point back to like, oh, this would be like some workflow stuff, kind of like on the last track. Um, I want to talk about the vocals and I want to talk about the bass. So the bass is such a cool line, and it's like this nice, like classic moving, grooving bass line. Uh, it is a little bit like, especially within that, uh, especially because of what it is doing in the song. I want it to be I want it to tonally be a little more moving and grooving. So I want a little more mid-range definition. I would like pull down 60, just a bit, like 2-3 dB on that bass, and then give it something at like 500, 700 to just kind of poke it out a little bit. It just needs to come out of the mud and get some like life and definition on it. And then if you have like a Fairchild style compressor, I would drive it a little. I don't even really want more compression. I want like that character. I want to drive something like a Fairchild and LA2A could work. A Very Mew could give you the the juice, but just I would want to drive the input on it, and really maybe like a dB of gain reduction, 2 dB, but drive that input, give it some oomph and some, it'll make it sparkle a little bit, and I think that would really push it out to where it needs to be in the mix. What mic are you using for your vocals? Okay, 2020. That All right. Yeah, okay. So it's a condenser. Um so where are you aiming it? How far away from it are you, and where is it pointing? Because basically, like in the mix, the vocal is essy and weighted between like 3 and 6K. And it's like we could, mixing, we could pull it back, but basically we want more presence from like 1 to 2K on the vocal, and we want to pull it back in that 3 to 6K, and we don't want it to S as much. and we could do that in post, or we could fix it at the source. So yeah, like distance from the microphone and where's it pointing. Okay, cool. So kind of like with and it's the same deal, and it's also like when you treat your room a little bit more, we're gonna get a little bit less of this high end stuff. But also, uh, just like with the mix, let's engage in some like recording discipline as well. And it's just like these, like I say discipline all the time, but it's just consistency and routine, and then it ultimately makes like if we do things a certain way every time, then it's like, oh, when we get to the fun creative stuff, then we have more room. Um so like with this vocal, what I would want to do is, especially with the condenser, I would want to make sure that we're like, the rule of thumb is like kind of like this. Okay. And I think that it sounds like it's pointed too much at your mouth. And, you got to play with it because, like, of course, like proximity effect, and like the more centered it is on the mouth, the more that we're going to get like the, the meat of the vocal. But we're getting way too much with this microphone and your voice. We're getting too much upper mids, and we're getting a ton of essing. And it's like we could put a de-esser on it, but like de-essers are pretty destructive, and they should be seen as like a last resort of fixing something that we cannot like record again. So like in this case, I'd be like, target your de-esser at like 6K, I think. But what I would experiment with is, so like and I can't back up on the, because it's a SM7B and my gate will fail. What we want to do is like back off the mic a little bit and then experiment with like pointing it kind of more like above us, kind of like that, or below, more towards the throat. So more towards the forehead or more towards the throat. And experiment with that, and just like make a beat and then do a few takes with your vocal and put the microphone in a couple of those different positions, back off from it from different degrees and like slightly angle it more towards your forehead, slightly angle it more towards your throat. Try a few different angles, and then just load up all of those vocals and go through them one by one and see which one just sounds better at the source. And then you're going to save yourself a shitload of time mixing. So, yeah, take the time to do that and just figure out where that microphone needs to live. Because right now, it's giving you too many issues on this track. And you could fix it, but it's going to be way less good than if it was just recorded slightly differently. And folks, if you are just joining in, this is Atonuv Open Studio. We're here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern. And if you want to send something in, you can send it to that email right there. There are some guidelines over the top of the screen. If you want to read that before you send stuff in, that would be awesome. Yeah, so I don't have anything else in the inbox. We are doing a one-on-one session with Mason at 8, so we'll probably like cut stuff off around then. And Ivory, I will see you next time. Have a good year too. Great tracks. Thanks for sending stuff in. And you can always like say hi in chat, ask questions about audio stuff, absolutely anything. That's how we do stuff here. Nice to have everybody. Okay, if nothing is going in, Let me see. Okay, I'm just going to load these 300 drum stems in and just see what happens. Oh, I was joking, dude. It's not literally 300. I was being a little bit hyperbolic. I was just having fun. Uh cool. Yeah, I mean, there was something about I got an import error on some of these saying that the file type wasn't supported. So I'm wondering if there's uh I wonder if is there any chance that these got exported at different bit depths or sample rates? Yeah, they're all waves. Uh, 3 gigabytes of yeah, it'll say it again. I'm gonna restart the whole process. I'm unzipping the folder again, opening it into a new folder, and just see if I can get a cleaner. No, I'm trying to turn it off and then back on again. All right. Uh, build claps 2, build claps, build kick, cinematoms, cowbell layer, crash effects, drop claps, drop kick, drum room, fill, hard hi-hat layer, hi-hats without drums. But then I wonder if maybe there's just some duplicates in the folder. Because then I have so it gave me the error on those, but then I have build claps 2, build claps, build kick, cinematoms, cowbell layer, crash effects. Yeah, those are all loaded. Okay. So, what this would speak to. So, I mean like I am definitely going to play with these on stream at some point, but it's more like this kind of basically speaks to the earlier question of like how would you prefer to get stems? Um so uh yeah, these will totally work. Like we could do like, oh, here's some kick and stuff. Um but like if this was a situation and uh it's just yeah, so I don't know what's happening, and it's kind of like this is gonna happen like when you're just sending like tons of stuff and like like batch errors or whatever can occur from one process to another. So if this was a client situation, I would write a very kindly worded email that uh basically I won't work with this. uh and it would be I would ask for like some consolidation of everything, like all kicks, all snares, all hats, all auxiliary percussion, and then pare this down into like 8 stereo bus stems. Or something like that, something that's like a little more reasonable, because once again, I'm going to assume, and it's different from like, oh, we're going to look at stuff and learn how to like make all these things happen, but from a more like uh uh in the like professional realm of mixing, what I would want is just something cleaner that's still going to have like basically like sonic spectrum stuff mixed into a track, and then you can like pull stuff apart and go from there. And the arrangement and kind of like the levels and balance, especially on something this intricate. Uh I mean, it's really interesting because like it's kind of self-correcting because people who don't yeah. No, this is like actually really valuable for people, I think. To like see this process because it's like, yeah, how detailed versus not detailed would someone want? And there are certainly people out there who exist. Well, actually, okay, what's really interesting is sometimes this like cuz I'm of course a member of many many forums. And sometimes something like this will come up and so it'll be like I've got 300 stems, like literally, not this wasn't 300 stems, but it's like, I've got 300 stems and I want to send it to a mixing engineer, and they won't do it because they're mean, bad people that won't mix my 300 stems. What's up with that? Would you mix the 300 stems? And then the forum debates for a while between like varying degrees of engineers. And what's really oh yeah, I mean, like you wouldn't have to send stems. You're a perfectly good mixer. So, and also I hope that this doesn't sound like chastising or something. Sometimes it's weird, like when it's through text and I'm just talking to myself. We're having fun. I'm having fun. I hope it's cool. Um, the so like this happens though, like in the world, and it's fun to watch it happen in forum land. So like someone will pop on, they'll be like, I've got this track, it's 300 stems, why won't people mix it? And then debate ensues, and it's what tends to happen is there will be people that'll be like, I'll mix your 300 stems for sure. The It's usually people that don't have that much mixing experience that are willing to take on something like this, because it's kind of a combination of like they are thirsty engineers that want some work, and the uh, uh, they also haven't like seen a 300 track session in front of them that often. They're like, I could do it. I Give it to me. And they don't understand the like min max, like I want a clean session so that I can like mix it in the afternoon and then go have dinner like a human being. Um and then like the oldest, most experienced, etc., mixing wizards, they'll hop onto that debate and be like, "Yeah, I wouldn't touch that mix. Like, I just wouldn't." Because it's this understanding of like, there's too many mistakes that could happen with 300 stems. There's too many, especially if we're talking about like communicating about a broad picture idea over the internet where it's an unattended session and someone's sending you stems. What you want is a crystal clear idea of what they want. And the more stems you have, the more room for interpretation there is on each and every one, which means that, like, you as the mixer are going to be losing your mind trying to figure out what each and every one of these is and wants to be and should be. And then the artist is going to um be inherently unhappy with whatever comes back, because there's no way that another human like interpreted it in the way that would make them artistically happy. So what we would do in this situation is go like, hey, you're obvious, like, and I mean 300 stem sessions exist, like, and I have personally seen them happen, and uh, they happen, and I've like, you have to be in the room with the person who's doing it. First off, like, no amount of digital communication is going to cut it in this instance. It's got to be one-on-one for everyone to be happy. Like, I don't want to have to send an email every 6 tracks about like, what is donk 3? you know? Um, and then no one wants to be on the other end of that email. It's a miserable situation. So it's got to be face to face. And then um, the uh, how this is self-correcting is that everyone has named a track donk. Absolutely, this is a universal truth. Um, how this is self-correcting is if someone has recorded something and it's like over 100 tracks, they are generally aware of what they want musically. Like when it's more up in the air of like where are we going to take this mix, is it's usually like, oh, like a rock track, we got a couple of guitars, some bass and some background vocals, and like maybe we can do some stuff with it. And then it's like there's actually more room for interpretation with less information. Like I can take that like smaller bit of information and actually do a lot with it. I can take it in a lot of different ways because it's like, oh, well, a guitar can sound a million different ways. So like, is this the way that guitar 2, like, okay, we could take it in this direction, or this direction. There are references and all that. And generally speaking, when someone is providing a lower amount of information, it's they're more pliable and there's more room for artistic interpretation on the mixing end. When something is like a huge amount of tracks and everything is going from like, okay, it's this and then this and then this and then this and this and then this happens and then this happens. It's like that is firmly set in stone. What the artistic intention is. So it's going to be just safe to go like, let's just get a couple of buses out of that and I'll just make sure that it's clean and doesn't fight with everything. Like we just need like kicks over here, snares over here, and then kind of like everything else. Like if you've got like room stuff, and it self-corrects like that. So it's generally not a problem. If someone's like, I recorded 300 tracks and I don't know what I want it to be, and also it's like a big muddy mess and it's it's bad, most people are just gonna go like, maybe no one's gonna do this. And no, this is it's like really clean, and like I mean the thing is I could play it and it sounds good, you know. Y'all can't hear it because it's not routed into my submix. Yeah. Okay. So, we'll like take these apart on stream every now and then when we got some downtime. Thank you for sending them. And yeah, you named them pretty good stuff. We don't have any donks. This is great. And then it also speaks to like, so like there was a lot of stuff in the folder, so like maybe there was like a zip error or something, and it's like the fewer tracks there are, the lower the risk there is for some sort of weird computer error to happen. It's just like managing risk, uh, limiting variables, so that the outcome is more successful. So in a like and all of this is to say, it's because like in the email you were like, how do people usually like doing this? Yeah, if you want it as an exercise and you're not like I know you're doing exams and stuff, but it would be good practice. It's like deciding like how to condense things and consolidate clips is really, really good boring practice. Yeah. If it's 3 gigs of just drums, you gotta go like, huh, what did I do? Yeah, but all of this, like, this is cool. Like, this has been a very, like, uh, this whole stream has been kind of a nice, like, narrative arc, like, all in all. And this would all go back to, like, the hidden engineer talent, the very underrated, underlooked, and usually underutilized skill of just, like, communication with another human. Uh, and uh and this is what it would all speak back to, like, in a professional sense. And this is what I would recommend to anybody, like, if you're sending stuff to people, or if I know that there are people that are doing stuff for other people here, and you're mixing for other people and you're mastering for other people, and this is so important. Like, if you get sent something and it's too much work, you have, or it's just like it's going to be unnecessarily difficult for you, it's not bad. I am an advocate for your workers' rights as a sound engineer to say, hey, we got to clean this up before I work on it, because I am a human that needs to eat food and, like, play with my dog on occasion. It'll take me 7 times as long as it would take you to just bust these down. So, yeah, if you're ever working for someone, just, like, pull out that communication skill set and just figure out a way to actually dial in something that you, and all of this is framed around the fact that if you are more comfortable mixing it, the mix will be better. And that's what, like, ultimately you're getting hired to do, is to, like, mix it better. And the faster you can get to actually mixing and not just, like, organizing. And there's always, like, a built-in, like, you have to organize your session, you have to pull it up, you have to load it into your template, get all of your buses set up and all that. And that's, like, the biggest drag out of, like, the entire thing. And the faster that process can be, the faster you get into the actual, like, meat and potatoes, like, I make thing better part of it. So that's how you frame it, and that's how you communicate, and that's how you do the stuff. So, folks, this is a ton of Open Studio, and we've hit, like, 7:30, and, like, around 7 and 7:30, I like to do the daily Patreon shout out, which is big thanks to Mason, Tyler, Sinux, Elias, and Ian. Thank you so much. This is your daily Patreon shout out. You can head to patreon.com/Atonuv to get things such as a daily shout out in which your name is said to the internet, and things like one-on-one mix tutorials and stuff. And if you have a track that you would like some fresh perspective on, you could send it to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. It's that email right here. There are some guidelines for sending in tracks up at the top of the screen there. Yeah. Buses are good. You can send in a mix at absolutely any time. We're here 6 p.m. Eastern every day. I'm going to be doing a one-on-one session with Mason at 8. So if you've got a track, send it on in on the sooner side, and we will get to it. This is fun, y'all. All right, Vault, I'll see you next time. Thanks for sending in the stems, and thanks for hanging out. Thanks for making awesome music. I hope that exams go great and that you keep making awesome stuff as the year progresses. All right, y'all. So, if there's nothing in the inbox, I have noticed that there is a fair degree of downtime on stream. So, I'm just trying out. One of the things I like to do is build just sample packs, mostly out of violin stuff, and then I kind of like use them to like spruce stuff up sometimes, or just for my personal enjoyment. So, gonna be doing that. If anyone has any questions or wants to chat about stuff, don't feel like you're interrupting me. I'm just doing kind of whatever. Hey folks, this is Atonuv Open Studio, and we are here every single night at 6 p.m. Eastern. Feel free to drop a track to atonuvrecords@gmail.com at absolutely any time. It's right here, is this email address. And I will take a listen, provide some fresh perspectives, some technical feedback, some frequency points that could use some sprucing up, some attention, and absolutely anything else. There are some guidelines floating at the top of the screen if you want to read those before you check it out. And yeah, at 8 o'clock, we're going to do a one-on-one live session mix tutorial with Mason, who's been working on some stuff. And Mason, if you're in chat, let me know. We got to start like dialing in this Discord. Yeah, feel free to send in tracks at absolutely any time. Oh, cool. Mason's here. What's up, man? Yeah, we'll get you set up on the Discord call very soon. Now, in between feedback sessions, I mean, basically, it's pretty cool. You know, we hang out. We have dog cam. Guinness has decided not to be in his bed for whatever reason. We got dog cam. We hang out. We talk and chat. We've got some, we've been getting like some Twitch clippings, and I watched them and I'm like, wow, this is mostly me just kind of like sitting and not doing anything. So I've got my sampler set up and I'm just kind of putting together some samples here and there so that stuff happens, basically, is my whole thinking process behind that. But I'm still just very ready to do feedback at absolutely any time. I'm not taking it seriously. You're not going to break up my flow or bother me or interrupt if you send in a track. That's what we're here for. It's just a little bit of something so that we're not the absolutely nothing happens show. Cool. Mason, try talking and let's see if I can bring it into stream. I should have it looped in if I did everything right, which there's like a 60% chance that I did. Yeah, I have to also be in the lounge.
Oh, hey Scott. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm seeing it, but I'm not hearing. I need to do an additional loop back on my end. Give me 1 second. I think this is gonna work.
Okay, sounds good.
We're just constantly leveling this up. Cool. I will do that on the Discord. I also need to make this happen so that I can turn you up, Mason.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, cool. Yeah,
Sorry.
you're just quiet. Okay. Try that.
Okay. How about now?
Okay. It's still a bit low and I've got you cranked on my end. Is there any way that you can
Okay. Yeah, I'll turn up the preamp knob.
And it also should be set up that you should be hearing me through the Discord and not through the Twitch stream. You're going to want to mute the Twitch stream. And then I've got the DAW audio also running into Discord. So you should be able to just mute the stream and then get me from the Discord channel.
Yeah. Actually, it's very synced. Like I can hear your Wait, actually, I don't know if it's synced, but like the video from Twitch and the Discord is actually pre-synced. So,
That's
I think
awesome.
it's
Cool. So you can
yeah.
shadow listen. Great. And yeah, if you're hearing me, you should be able to hear DOS. Let's just check that really quick. Um,
Yeah, I can hear some kick drums.
okay, yeah, that's all it is. That's awesome. Okay, so everything works.
Okay, yeah, I guess it works. It's a bit quiet compared. Actually, it's about. I'm not sure how quiet the kicks are, but yeah. Oh yeah. I could mute him in Discord and listen via Twitch. But I think the Twitch audio is coming out of my laptop speakers for some reason. So I'm just gonna do this.
Okay, yeah, it's a whole world of routing things back and forth. Yeah, does it feel mostly okay? So it's just like I want to be able to hear you because last time when we were going through your stuff, it I just sometimes I'm either like, am I talking about something that is useless to you, or it's just this thing when there's just text in front of me. I have no idea how to tell if it's like reading as mean sometimes. So I need like human emotional feedback to like
Okay.
effectively teach. Um, so
Oh
mostly
yeah,
I
yeah,
just
that
want to
makes
be able to
sense.
hear you.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. I thought yeah, it's pretty good for me last time, but this is obviously like better because I mean I guess last time like we couldn't like the routing thing is very complicated. Like I tried to stream on Discord to some people too, and I downloaded like a bunch of programs, and I couldn't figure it out. But like now we have like now we can do like Discord and Twitch, which is like really must be like really complicated. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It took a little bit of doing, but it all basically works now.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, and the main thing is with like I can get high quality audio now because it's coming out of my like actual monitor speakers. Oh wait,
Great.
actually I should turn sonar. Yeah, let me turn that on, and then yeah, and then like yeah, then we can like dive in. I got my it's loading right now, so cool.
Okay, awesome. So, yeah, folks, we're gonna start doing this one-on-one in about 15 minutes. So that's cool. If anyone's got a track floating out there that they'd like a look at, there's enough time to get like one more in. So send it in if you got it. If not, we'll just kind of chill for a second. I need to grab some water and like a food. Uh, so yeah, that's where we're at. That's where I'm at. See everyone in a minute. Yeah, getting SonarWorks to make it happen is possible. I've got it working, but it does take a couple of tries, so makes sense. Cool. How's it working for you?
Hey Scott, I want to see if my audio is working. Can you say something?
Yeah, how's this? You got anything going on there?
Okay, yeah, it's not working. Let me fix this.
So, on. Oh, if you can't hear me, I guess this is useless.
Discord. Oh, um, hello?
Yeah, is it working for you?
Okay, okay. What's wrong? Okay, yeah, I think I just need to switch the audio device. Can you say something now?
Yeah. How's this?
Still nothing. Yeah, output device in Discord. Wait, I think my monitors aren't turned on.
Yeah, sometimes that's it.
Oh yeah, okay. So my monitors weren't turned on. So
Okay.
that was
Cool.
yeah.
Great. So I'm just gonna get the session. So what would you like to start with? There's two sessions here.
Oh, sorry. The one is called um 1-1 rendering, and it's actually in the history/history/history folder. So
Okay.
so s- so
And
yeah,
pure love, right?
yeah. Yeah. So that's a session. I think the issue that I'm concerned most about is it seems to be a lot of like build up. In my judgment, there seems to be a lot of build up around like 600 ish,
Okay.
because that's where like the vocals, the distorted guitars, and the synths are kind of centered.
Mm-hmm.
And I've tried to like do some like cutting there. But usually when that happens, it seems like I like it less. Kind of, it seems like a little bit less like full or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's just because I like how it sounded before, maybe. But so that's my issue. That other thing is like I think so I'm not sure if the solution to the frequency balance thing is to cut at around 600 or to boost around 4K or like 3K. It seems like a lot of mixes that I do have some issues around those areas, but like once again, like I don't actually the synths sound nice at 4K, but I've already boosted them like a decent amount there. The distorted guitars, it brings out like the clarity in the distorted guitars more, but I'm not sure if I actually like that. And then the vocals, they just sound kind of a little bit harsh and like sibilant. So like so yeah, that's where I'm at right now. It's just like the EQ stuff is really what I want you to analyze and look at. And then after that, I have some like small questions like the bass, for example. Well, I'm not sure if it needs to go in the rear rust or not, and I'm not sure if I should scoop out 600 on the bass.
Cool.
Because on one hand, like there's a lot of stuff going on at 600, but on the other hand, it sounds like natural there. Yeah. So and then the drums are kind of don't feel mixed in, and I'm not really sure what plugin is like gonna solve that or what I need to do about that. Or if I need to do anything about it at all. So anyway, those are the things.
Okay, cool. Good. I just popped open the session and we've got a bunch of missing files again. So
Oh, okay.
let's try to figure out where those are. I'm gonna turn on
Oh,
screen.
well, maybe it is in the history dash. Like, maybe we should just throw it in the throw in the main folder again and see if that works.
Oh,
I
right.
think.
Yeah, that helped.
Yeah, and then we'll see if that solves. See how many files that finds.
Okay. I'm gonna start it again. History/history/history/history.
Right.
Okay, and it's 1 rendering, right?
Um. Yeah. One
Okay.
dash one dash rendering.
Okay, I'm putting it in the main folder. There we go. Some stuff. More files are missing.
Okay. Okay. Wait. They should. Um. Shoot. They should all be in the media folder.
Cool,
I
cool.
I I remember there being like a way to like just select a folder and then it finds it. I think.
Yeah.
1 second. Uh, Not again. Alright. What is that?
And as far as speaking to a broader point, like for this, it makes sense because we're doing like lessony stuff, but like this is why when I'm like working, I just ask for stems because like even when you have the exact same DAW, like folder stuff, it just doesn't always work. So
Yeah.
it's just like I'll just take the stems. But
Oh, you know
this.
what's okay? So look. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, that's okay.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say they were like so in every history file, there's like another. So there's a media file in every nested history file, and um
Uh-huh.
basically there are files like I think they're all different files in that. So I think what we should do, like, do you have the folder like extracted and everything?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I think what we should do is go to the media file. If you go to the media file, the media folder, sorry, in the main folder, but there's also a media um another media folder in the history/history folder, and there's
Yeah.
another media folder in history/history/history. I think if we take all those and put them in the main media folder, then it will find the files. But that's just a hypothesis.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think if I didn't, make so many, like, versions, then this wouldn't have been a problem.
No, it's all
Um,
good.
or yeah.
Okay. So take the history, 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 media folder,
Yeah.
and put it in the Pure Love main directory.
Well, put all the files in that folder into pure love slash media, I think. And
Okay.
then and then I think there's one other folder that has it, which is so you said history slash history slash history slash media, and
Yes.
there's also some files in history slash history slash media.
Okay.
And then yeah,
Okay.
because
I see
you
what.
said we were missing more files after. Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, but I think that will do something.
Yes. Okay. So taking these files. This is from
Right.
history, 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 media. I am putting
Yeah.
them directly into the main media folder. And I'm going to go to history, history. Those file.
Also, there's a lot of like unnecessary files here too. It's kind of bloating my computer up, and it's probably bloating up Drive. Do you
Yeah.
just like delete those files usually, or
Uh
they're just extra takes? I'm afraid I'll
yeah,
need them sometime, but
yeah, basically when we kind of like finish something up, I do. I mean, like in general, I mean, I have like at this point I probably am rolling with like 50 terabytes of storage. So like on a mix, if I'm mixing for a client, I just hold on to stuff for forever and I archive stuff. The lesson stuff I just kind of clear out every couple of weeks.
that makes sense. Yeah, I probably need to do some cleaning up. Yeah.
Yeah, which is that's just kind of like best practice that I recommend. Like you're also being paid to kind of like archive data to a degree. So have your
Oh
heart.
yeah, yeah, makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, because sometimes there's like movie remixes that need to happen and stuff, and then people are like, "Oh no, I need to do that." It's like, I am a data
Yeah.
hoarder. Okay, we've got it down to 21 files being missing after that.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe,
Can you tell me some of the names of the files? Because I can find them on my computer and then see where they're located at.
yeah. Um, Lover is a Day audio.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
is that
so
your
that one's not
reference?
actually in the
Yeah.
that was one of the references, yeah, and I think, that one's not in the session anymore. I think I might have,
Yeah, some of
uh
these are just going to
oh,
be
yeah, I pulled it from, a different like, a different folder, so that's just not gonna, like, be in there.
great. Click.
Oh, I think I pulled that from a different folder too.
Great.
It's not in there either. I think it just rendered the clip at some point,
Okay.
yeah.
Click to uh acoustic acoustic 9 second and then the second copy of it.
Um, I don't have that one on my computer. Is it
Great.
acoustic 9 with parentheses? Or,
Yeah, parentheses 2.
uh wait, so it's acoustic is it 9 in parentheses or is the 2?
No, it's acoustic 9 parentheses 2.
Okay, no space. I don't think I have it. Is it in the session? Is it actually wait, I don't think I have it.
Yeah, it might not like some of these might just be things that like existed for a second and then he deleted. That's sometimes what the missing files are. So we might be just down to that, but we'll check.
Okay,
Um
cool.
and folks, if you are just joining in, this is a Ton of Open Studio. We are doing a one-on-one mix tutorial with Mason. So I might stick around after this if you want to have some stuff ready for after that, if you want a fresh perspective. If not, we're here at 6 p.m. each and every day. That was your commercial interruption. All right, Mason, there's a file called impact that is missing.
It's just called impact.
It's just
Is it
called
a dot
impact.
wave? Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay. Um. Oh shoot. Okay. There's some so it's in I think it's in history/history/bounces actually.
Okay.
Um. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? After from now on, like I'm just gonna put everything in the main media folder like from now on so that
Yes.
it can find all the files immediately. Yeah.
That'd be great. It's cool though.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's history bounces.
Bounces. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh there isn't a bounces here. So
Really?
pure love hit uh so there's bounces in just pure love, but that's just got click.
Okay, let me see. Um,
Oh, history,
okay.
history has a bounces, and that's got impact in it. Hey, found these files.
Oh,
Okay.
I might have messed that up.
No, that's
1
okay.
second.
You know, you thought it was history bounces, but it was history bounces.
Oh, yeah, yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
it's there.
it's
Yeah.
okay.
Huh.
All right. Uh,
Oh, there should be a base file missing if the bounces are missing, I'm
yeah,
guessing,
I'm
but
just gonna take everything that's in here and put it in. Uh,
okay, yeah.
no, it's all good. This is cool. This is file management. This is part of the process. Maybe that's gonna do the trick. All right, opening it back up, and we are missing 4 files.
Are
New
any of them
reference.
being used? Okay.
Oh, no. I don't think that any of these are anything because we're just down to Lover is a Day, Click, Click 2, and Acoustic 9, 2. I think we're good.
By the way, did I spell acoustic right? Because I think I spelled acoustic wrong at some like I said acoustic, I forgot the T or something. Like, is it spelled right in that file or is it?
No, it's missing the I.
Okay, so maybe I do have it, but maybe it's not important. Acu
It's
Okay,
ACOUSTC 9
yeah.
parentheses 2.
Okay, I have it, so that for me, that's in history/history/media, but, um, so I
Okay.
don't know if it's there for you. Let me check my zip file, sorry.
No, it's all
But
good.
you can
So
check too. Uh, history/history.
history, media. Okay, I think we got it.
Okay, nice. Wow, that okay,
All
cool.
right.
I mean, I'm just glad we got all the files.
Great. And then in plugin land, I don't have the Waves API 2500. Was that on your master bus?
Oh, yeah, yeah. So basically I took the stuff moves I made in mastering and I just threw them at the end of the mix bus so
Cool.
that you could,
For sure,
sort
so
of
I
hear
could
at the
take a
same
look.
time. Yeah.
I've got the UAD
Yeah, yeah.
2500, so we'll just approximate it on my end. Um, and I don't have the Waves auto tune stuff.
Oh
So
yeah, yeah. I figured, but like, yeah. I mean, I decided that wasn't like worth because it's not doing that much really.
cool. Yeah, we'll
But
just you know,
yeah,
we'll just assume that there's a bit. So let's just I'm gonna pull up the 2500 so that we have this like basically recreated.
yeah. Of all the tech issues that could have gone wrong, actually, this is less than I expected to be like
Oh, this is going
with
great.
like yeah. So
I mean, we're only
anyway,
we're 10 minutes into it and we're basically ready to roll. That's I'm impressed. You know, like high fives all around. What do you if you want to pull up your 2500 and tell me how it's kind of set.
okay. Hold on. I think I just the it was doing about 1 decibel of gain reduction.
Okay.
The attack was set as 1. The, ratio was set as 1.5, I think, is the lowest ratio.
Mhm.
I had, like, 5 decibels of gain at the end, and, the release time was set at, like, I think it was, point 0.2 0.45 something.
Okay, cool. I'll just set it pretty conservative. It just sounds like it was being very conservative. So, that's
Yeah.
you know, you did it right and great. Okay. And then I have to make this play out to the stream. So that's going to take me a minute.
Alright.
Last thing I forget is how I think it happened all before. Now it's time to start another life. I didn't think that I could get by with a lie.
All right. I'm like halfway there. I can send it out.
Okay, I can hear it. I can hear part of it. It's, like, cutting out, but yeah, that makes sense.
I have to Google something. Okay, I can make this happen. I have to make a sub mix that mirrors the main mix, etc., etc. Okay, this should be at least shockingly close on all ends, streaming and sending to me. So let's see if this works.
Before. Now it's time to start another life. I didn't think that I could get by with a lie. You were so perfect from the start, like
Mason, how's that on your end?
Oh, it's like cutting out like every couple of seconds. Also, I think an acoustic guitar file is miss. I think the acoustic guitar file I was missing happened to be like the one out of 100 that's actually in the song, but it doesn't really matter because I'm not concerned about that part of the song. I'm more concerned
Okay,
like about when stuff is actually going on. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the audio like I can hear the song. It just cuts out like every couple seconds, but
okay,
I actually don't know how it is on Twitch though.
I. It's probably fine if anyone wants to confirm. I'm imagining. I think Discord is okay. Yeah, it's fine on Twitch. I think that the Discord transfer is probably not as good. So, um, I,
Okay.
I, yeah, that's probably we could dial that in probably in the future. I think it's a thing too. It's like Discord. You can like charge your server or like boost it, I think they call it, and then you get like better bandwidth and stuff. So I think we're
Mm.
experiencing that to a degree.
Well, yeah, if I want to listen to it like a while, then I can just listen to it on Twitch. So,
Yeah, for sure.
oh, did you hear
Uh,
Elias? He said there's a noise threshold thing.
yeah. I think I have the gate off on Discord. Let me
Oh,
check. I don't know. Hard to say. Okay. I'm gonna get to the mixing. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn on display so you can see what I'm doing. And let's get into this. So I listened to this earlier, and I thought that this was just uh much cleaner mix than stuff that I've heard before, and it's a really cool song. So I think that we're already in a really, really cool place. So
Nice.
I'm just gonna play it. I'm gonna listen to it. I'm gonna think about it, and then we'll get right into it.
I used to think that there were times the whole world would crumble if I ever met your eyes. But I feel pure love inside your eyes for the first time in my life. Waiting for a vision to come true. A better beauty yet. The last thing I forget is how I think it happened all before. Now it's time to start another life. I didn't think that I could get by with a lie. You were so perfect from the start, like a newborn baby heart, brighter than a mirror of the sun. The goodness cuts me deep, it's more than I can keep. You know how to pull me down to earth and keep me in the gravity of beauty at its core. Blankets every part of me, never ask for more. When I hold you close to me, running low on air, but it's not too bad if it doesn't seem to care. Terrified of learning more, if darkness lies beyond the door. Well, I don't care for anything, just want you to be close to me. And if it feels the same for us, there's nothing left to see. I'll tell all my friends and family I'm ready now to leave, that I'll see them on the other side of this happiness machine that will trap me in the corner of the part of me that knows the only road to happiness. It leads me past your smiling lips. Could be all that I know. Every single day, every logical creation flies like seagulls from the bay. The time could run like rabbits, but you would always stay. I know, I know it's cold.
This track rules. Like I would pull up like oh, they were big like 5 years ago. But it's got like that throwback 60s psychedelic thing happening, and it sounds good, and this is the best that I've heard you mix drums so far. So that's really great. Um what I am thinking. So on just like a macro view, it's not I'm not concerned about like 3 to 6K. I'm way there's a it's way scoopier and there's way more room for definition between 1.5 and 3K. That's where we're missing
Mm.
like some crucial definition and like some crucial perceived loudness, so on and so forth. And that's also probably where you're going to be able to take some stuff away from like 600. And there's stuff going on there for sure, but it's also, I mean, just so you know, we're not in danger zone. Like necessarily. We could get away with this.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry. There's yeah, sorry. I just had to. Yeah, I heard everything. Don't worry.
Uh,
I was listening on Twitch and then I unmuted Discord and I think that that's working pretty well. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. So
great.
1.5. Okay. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, it's more like where you are deficient on the whole is 1.5 to about 3K. And that's where we're going to like look at moving some stuff around. Hey, Fourth
Okay.
Colin. So we're doing like a one-on-one mix session with one of my Mason is a one-on-one person through the Patreon. So we're doing that live. So that's what's up. It's good to see you. Okay, so Mason, what we are I want to look in and I want to do a little bit of surgery, but I just got to say like this is good. Like this is a good mix. I'm concerned about that on a global level, that 1.5, that like upper mid range. Uh the uh the drums sound really good. There's a few times where the kick is really weird. And that's what I wanted. It's just basically that's my like technical diagnosis. I'm like that kick is weird. It sounds like an aggressive metal kick and it's just like genre inappropriate. So it's like
Yeah.
maybe change the kick.
Okay. Yeah. There's two kicks. Like obviously there's one that comes in I think the one from Contact isn't very like 60 hertz. I'd say like doesn't
Yeah.
thump that much. So there might be some like weird layering and like I mean, yeah, I don't know. I just kind of pulled up a random kick sample, so that makes
Yeah.
sense.
So it's like this isn't a mix thing. I would pick a different sample. Cuz it's a metal kick and we want like something kind of like classic and open sounding. I know that you're trying to
Yeah.
layer it like you're like halfway there cuz it's like it's when it's doing like the like triple kick rhythms, the ba 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 ba, and you want something aggressive so that it cuts, but we need it to be a just literally different sound. We could mix it all day,
Mm.
but just pick a different sound. I'll go to where it's at.
But you would always stay, I know.
I think it's coming in there. It's like it's that kick that you're trying to add on top.
I know.
But also, why? Like, I mean, that would be why are you layering in a second kick?
Oh, honestly, I had a second. I started I started with just the first track and then I wanted to add a better kick. And then I didn't delete the first track and to me it didn't sound that much different. So I was just like, okay, let's keep it in. Really.
Yeah, I would say
Because
don't.
we kept the snares in. So. Okay.
The
Gotcha.
snare is like I love the snare and I love how the snare is mixed and I love the like okay, so there's two kicks happening. One of them I love and one of them I'm like why does this exist? So just do the one. Let me see if I can find it.
That I'll see them on the other side. This happiness machine that will trap me in the corner of the part of me that knows. Knees and past your smiling lips could be.
Okay. Yeah. It's this one. It's D kick 2. Either
Okay. Yep.
okay. It's either got to change in what it is, and it's also weird to have it be sometimes in and then sometimes out. Stuff like that
That's true.
absolutely can work, but it has to be super intentional. Like it
Yeah,
comes
that's
in,
true.
we would want to drop the kick in like um like on the chorus, and then it comes out on the chorus and it's lockstep with the original kick. And that's just like an arranging thing, um and production. But yeah, to have it like be like sporadically coming in and out, it's like pulling me away from the thing. So it's like one of the things that I would do is I'm just gonna like mute this, and then I'm like, this is probably gonna
Creation flies like seagulls from the bay. The time could run.
like mix fixed at that point. Like I would be like, yeah, print that mix, because a lot of stuff is really nice here, and that's distracting. Um,
Okay. Yeah, that makes
so
sense.
yeah, as far as choices, I would either, if you want to put in another kick, pick a different kick and then have it be more intentional and have it be more. It's also like slightly delayed from the original kick. They're not like time aligned or phase aligned. So then we're getting um like, and that's the other thing
Yep.
too when we're doing kicks and layering them, we got to do um we got to
Yeah, that
blow
makes
up that
sense. 'Cause-
that wave and just line it up exactly with the other kick. Otherwise, it gets weird. Um,
Oh, wait, by the way, does lining up the MIDI make sure that the phases and because or does it not make sure that the I didn't line up the MIDI, but if I did,
yeah,
would
it
it fix
would
the phase or
not. So that's the thing. So
okay, that
I
makes sense.
would, what I would do is I would print this. Um, good mixing hygiene, just in general, is once your tones are set with like VSTs and everything, render them to audio, because it's kind of like it's like a separate step of production, like making the sound in a VST and programming the MIDI. That's like production in writing. And then mixing is like we're mixing audio. We're not mixing like MIDI players or whatever. Print them and commit to those sounds at some point when it hits time for the mix. And then you can always go back, save the
Yep.
preset or whatever, like if you need to change the sound. But the mix, you're going to want audio. First off, so that you hit a different mindset, and second off, for stuff like this, because we want to see the exact waveform of the kick, and we're not going to get that from the MIDI, you know?
Yep, yep, that totally makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably just gonna find a different kickstand. See, my instinct is to, like, change the level so it's not as but that I know that, like, that's probably not a good instinct, like, I should probably just find a different, like, instead of, like, trying to make it disappear, I should probably just find a different kick.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah. Find a different kick. Be more intentional with when it comes and goes. You want it to be like,
Yeah,
yeah, locked in on sections, and then you got to render the contact to audio and then phase align it in audio.
okay. Does that need to happen for the snare too, by the way? Or just
Are you
because it's
layering
a higher frequency?
snares?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, yeah. You would want to. You're gonna get a bigger snare if it's phase aligned, and also like same
Okay,
deal, like render the snare for the sake of rendering the snare.
okay,
I will say that I'm not hearing as much of a problem with the snare. I really like how the snare sounds.
okay, cool. Uh,
Uh, I mean,
yes.
to the point where like it didn't stand out. I wasn't like, are there four snares or whatever? I was like, this is a good snare. So,
Yeah.
that's good. Um, I mean, honestly, this is such a solid mix that I'm like that's like kind of all I'm worried about. But let's dive in and like look at everything. So
Blankets every part of me, never asked for more. When I hold you close to me, running low on air.
we're getting some like mechanical sounds on your vocal, which is um I'm like I have kind of like a PTSD from like mouth clicks. It's the you can hear just the so like mechanical mouth sounds. It's the like the
Oh,
ASMR part of the vocal. Um
yeah.
it's pretty easy to miss in a mix, but I had this session where and it's really good. It's great music, and I love doing it. But it's literally just voice and stand up bass. So and they didn't want to do any sort of overdubs or like barely a hint of reverb. They wanted it to be like a very um, accurate and true capture of their voice and stand up bass performance. So it's like it's very cool, but also stand up bass way down low, and then vocal is 100% exposed in the mids and the upper mids and everything. So like every single dimension of this voice was captured and pushed to the front of the mix. And we go and we track the whole album, and it's like mixing, and they're like, "Can we get rid of those voice clicks?" And
Like spit, right?
yeah, it's
Kind of,
I
or
mean it's spit, and it's also it's like it's the sound of your tongue like in the back of your throat, like it's that level, and like your jaw clicking and stuff, like all of that is captured by the mic, and to a degree it's buried in the mix. But the thing is that when it's super bare, like a mix like that, it was a nightmare, because it's like you can go and you can physically like remove them from the vocal. You go in and you do edits and you do quick crossfades and all that.
oh,
And it's very intense editing. So I did a lot of that, and then it still wasn't there. And then, long story short, I do this plugin is mildly destructive, but if you're very gentle with it, it's a real lifesaver. But anyway, so like I'm really sensitive. It's just like from that day forward, I'm just like the moment I hear a mouth click, I'm like, that's pretty rough. Um,
okay. Yeah.
s-
What's the plugin? Or
I'm gonna pull it up. So it's from Isotope RX. It's in all of their
uh,
packages, and I think even there's like Isotope Elements, RX Elements. It's cheap. I think it's like $50, and it has it in the package, but it's mouth declick.
gotcha.
And
Okay.
it's really good. Let me find your vocal.
Oh yeah. Probably you might want to do on the bus. There's like a bunch of vocal tracks that I
Yeah.
uh
What's the
oh I think it's called vocal yes verb. Yeah, that's where it's at. Oh, also I realized something. If the waves, the waves, the plugins, if you don't have like a plugin, does it mute the track or does it bypass it? Because
bypasses it?
I think there's some that are okay. Oh, it bypasses the plugin. Okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
Okay. Vocal yes reverb. Cool. Okay, so this is the plugin, and this is what I would use right here. So this is what I would use, like, if we're, done recording and there's no redoing it. Um, what I would recommend to get this dialed in is back off your mic a little bit if you can, and play with positioning it a little bit either aimed slightly more at your forehead or slightly more at your throat. Play around with a few different ways of miking your voice and find what you like. And just that little bit of mic technique will make this less necessary to do.
Right.
But it's not too bad if it doesn't seem to care. Terrified of learning more. Darkness lies beyond the door. Well,
And then fun bonus. Sometimes this is really great for sound design, and like you can make like creature sounds, or like you could throw them on kicks and stuff. You could extract it. You can set this to output clicks only, and then once everyone hears this, you're gonna realize how much noise your voice is making, and you're gonna hear it in every single recording for the rest of your life. So I am cursing you to a degree, but this also has to get dialed in once you realize like what it's doing. It's just like lip smacks and like tongue movement.
Yeah, that is very. If that's the same volume, that's very noticeable.
Yeah, that's the same volume. That's like that's just the mouth clicks. So
Wow.
so first off, it's fun to sometimes grab that audio, and then also it's really useful. So you could set it to output clicks only, and then you can make sure that it's not catching like any like consonants or like anything that's actually valuable. So I check it with that, and I also I like showing people this because it's crazy. So
Yeah, someone show us a clip of that. Someone should make a clip of that. It's very want to watch it. But yeah,
yeah, it's really gross, isn't it? Uh
yeah, it is.
yeah.
That's okay. That's interesting. Yeah. There's also some like actual like clicks from the speakers coming in because I think for one of the takes that I couldn't I couldn't retake it and get it the same way. Like I still liked it more with that take. The actual monitors were on, so it was anyway. But yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So stuff like this and the RX elements, I'm pretty sure has mouth declick. There's just general declick, but it's not as good as mouth declick. This you could just kind of like slap on, and it's kind of like one of my secret tricks. I throw mouth declick on like most vocals because even if you don't hear the clicks necessarily, it just makes everything feel cleaner. Especially because it's also the clicks are transients and they're percussive, and if it does little things like, because you're not aware of like when you're smacking your lips or like moving your jaw or whatever when you're doing a take, it's not in time. So we're pulling away from the groove and the beat if we have these like sporadic clicks in the track. So this helps like clean up things in a rhythm sense and in a timbral sense. It's very useful. But you can avoid it to a degree by exercising good like mic direction technique and all of that, and also drinking water before you do a take is a good way to clean this stuff up in the recording process. So
Okay. Cool.
so I'm gonna toss
Yeah.
that on because it's bugging me, and then let's look at more stuff.
You are so
Yeah.
perfect from the start, like a newborn baby heart, brighter than a mirror of the sun. Goodness cuts me deep, it's more than I can keep. You know how to pull me down to earth and keep me in the gravity of beauty at its core.
Okay, so uh, I'm gonna build this. So I'm gonna do some changes, and I'm gonna do them like on bus level, which also like in general when I approach a mix, I kind of um I call it like middle out mixing as opposed to top down. I don't love like throwing stuff on the master bus from the beginning. Some people do it and get awesome results. That's awesome. I like to work from the buses and then go back to the track and then back to the master. That's how I like to think. So I'm just gonna start from the ground up. So like do some drum stuff. So like yeah, I'm gonna throw some 60 at the drums, boost cut, and then I'm gonna start basically all I want out of this mix is I want more presence and I want more edge. So I'm going to start moving stuff up into that like 1.5K region.
I don't care for anything, just from the start, like a newborn baby heart, brighter than a mirror of the sun. Goodness cuts me deep, it's more than I can keep. You know how to pull me down tonight and keep me in the gravity of beauty at its core. Blankets every part of me, never ask for more. When I hold you close to me, running low on air, but it's not too bad if it doesn't seem to care. Terrified of learning more, if darkness lies beyond the door. I don't care for anything, just want you to be close to me. And if it feels the same for us, there's nothing left to see. I'll tell all my friends and family I'm ready now to leave, that I'll see them on the other side. This happiness machine.
Okay, I'm just going to kind of move fast. So drums, I'm just going to increase edge. And then I'm basically going to edge everyone up and then evaluate would be my move. Bass, let's do move. Bandwidth.
Okay. Okay.
That will trap me in the corner of the part of me that knows the only road to happiness, it leads me past your smiling lips. Could the
Bass in rear bus on this one. It feels empty without it.
every single time.
It's like in this case, it feels like the bass is just kind of holding things down, but not muddying them up. And it feels good. And it feels better with it in than it feels without it out. And it's as easy as that. Like, do I like it more or do I like it less? Better with it in than it feels without it.
Yeah.
That will trap me
It definitely
in the
sounded
corner.
different. Oh shoot, I'm sorry. I have Twitch and Discord open because I'm listening to it on Twitch and I'm talking to Discord. But yeah, it definitely sounded like it sounded a lot different. Like without the bass, it felt clearer, but it also felt like like it wasn't together, kind of. So
Yep.
that's how I felt about it.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, it's definitely clearer without the bass in because it's starting to be hyped without it in. Like so it is clearer for sure, but it's like especially with the vibe of the song, it's like I want it to be like kind of tight and gluey, because it has this classic feel. What I am thinking right now is that this compressor is not doing that much for you on the bass. So I'm just going to evaluate that really quick.
I'll tell all my friends and family I'm ready now to leave. That I'll see them on the other side. This happiness machine that will trap me in the corner of the part of me that knows the only road to happiness.
Did you try Fairchild on it?
Sorry. I know I tried a CLA, and I know I tried a Wait, I might have. I actually don't know if I tried a Fairchild.
I know I tried a
But
and I know I
the thing I was looking for was just in some parts it was like dynamically like less consistent. So the reason I didn't like I once used just like the default compressor because I didn't want to like change the sound that much. I just wanted to like be more consistent kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that it's doing that. I'm going to
Them on the other side. This happiness machine that will trap me in the corner of the part of me that knows.
Yeah, I mean, you've got it. You're not over compressing it by any means. It's just, it's not.
The only road to happiness, it leads me past your smiling lips. Could deal that I know. Every single day, every logical
Okay.
creation flies like seagulls from the bay. The time could run like rabbits, but you would always stay. I know. I know it's gone. Friends and family, I'm ready now to leave. That I'll see them on the other side. This happiness machine that will trap me in the corner of the part of me that knows the only road to happiness. It leads me back.
Okay. So I just kind of using like what you did, and like I said, this is a good mix, and I want to like respect the mix, so I'm not going to just swap out plugins or do that. So I'm going to keep your compressor. I'm going to keep this Pro EQ. Kind of like in the same thing that I was talking about earlier. It's like if someone does a good mix, I don't want to like do a bunch of stuff to it as a general rule. So all I did, you had a really broad mid-range push on the bass on this.
So all I you had a really
And
broad mid-range
I made it a little more narrow and brought it down to oh, where is it?
a little more
Like
narrow
500.
and
It was centered
down
kind of in that
to,
600 700 region, which is where you were feeling like stuff was like crowding up a little bit. And there is room like at 400 500. So I just threw some bass there because I also like what I was hearing was I was really feeling the bass, but it didn't have a lot of
like what I was hearing was I was really
meat.
feeling
I mean, I just wasn't getting it. I wasn't like hearing enough of it, and it was kind of like floofy and spread out where kind of everyone is. So I just moved it, and now the bass
Yep.
has more presence without being overwhelming, and then we have room to work with everything else. So
Past your smiling lips. Could deal
Yeah, sounds good.
that I know.
Yes. Okay. Cool. Wait, is the cutting there all right? I mean, there weren't frequencies that I had issues with in the mix. I just felt like I don't know. I think I don't remember why I did it, but I did it. So
Yeah, I mean, let's see where we're at. Yeah, I mean, you're clearing space for the snare, and then there was a cut at like 150, and sometimes stuff can be woofy there. So I don't know. Seems fine. I'm not gonna
okay.
like A B because it sounds good, and like
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
that's what I'm concerned about. Does it sound good? It seems very reasonable.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
it's
I guess we'll
good.
just go through the rest of it and like, is it bad? Or if or actually, I had a couple more like specific questions, like the master EQ. The only reason I really boosted at 3K was because Paz. Well, okay, Paz and I also looked at tonal balance control
Uh
for
huh.
rock, but um, it was like it felt like it was lacking there, and then I boosted it and it didn't sound like bad. I don't know if that's like good practice because technically is like kind of like mixing by your eyes and it it's also on the master, so it seems kind of like lazier than actually finding what sounds good there. But I mean,
Um.
for me, it was either the synth, the vocals, or the guitar, and I think I remember trying to boost like in that region, and I didn't really like how anything sounded except for the synths there. So
Yeah. I mean, if we're looking at like here's the like once again, if it works, it works, and we've talked about it before. Like, if everything is just this is like a top-down mastering thing that or a top-down mixing thing. Sorry. Um. Yeah, like an EQ to kind of get you started and put things in an overall like if the entire mix if it's muddy, then it's like, "Oh yeah, why not just do a cut there?" If everything is kind of muddy and then you can mix into that, that's reasonable. If everything is dull and you want to give it a little bit of shine and then mix around that, that makes sense. And then like using a color compressor on your master fader, that also makes sense. Like you've got an idea in your mind. And we've talked about like doing moves like this before, and you've got like a pretty wide 3 dB boost at 3K. So I mean, like full, like, okay, to walk all the way through, this move is uh fine to good. Like it's good move.
mm,
How you got to it, I don't love. I don't love the Paz said it's empty there as a rationale. Uh, so, but the thing is that for the sake of learning, the like, and you are learning. So this comes down to, uh, yes, it's good that you did this, and it's good that you watched the meter and then you made the move because if you are taking this into account and training your ear to anticipate this move without needing to look at the meter, it's ultimately going to be good. If you keep that in mind for the future. Does that make sense?
um, wait, sorry, you say what were so exactly? Sorry, could you say that again?
It's good and bad. I mean, basically, it's mostly good.
Okay.
Like the move itself is good. It sounds good. It's reasonable. It is. I don't like the thing that is to be cautioned against is that you used the meter to make the move, which
Yeah.
in the future is something that you wouldn't want to do that much of. But in the present, the way that you're going to learn to make that move without reading the meter is by checking your meter.
Okay. Okay, so that makes sense. The next question I have then is why does Paz say that in my mix is Scoopy around like 4K? Like I don't know if it's a real question, but like why like what in the mix is making it do that kind of um
Ask
or
that
like
again.
you like look at so why is it Scoopy around 4 why is my mix Scoopy around 4K is my question. And I don't know if like it's kind of a like, why, but like why? Like you listen to a reference and it's like super balanced and then it's like why does it always happen? Actually, that's another thing. Like it always seems to happen. But
Okay, so on
yeah,
your mixes in particular, you're Scoopy at 4K.
yeah, or
Yeah.
around like 3K to 8K kind of, or 3K to 7K.
So I would say um that would be that you are, I would first like check monitoring, and then and I know that your room is pretty dialed in and your setup is pretty dialed in. So it's like after that, then it's a matter of like developing habits and training your ear to get more comfortable with pushing edge. Because this is like it's the entire edge area of the spectrum. Also, it's hard. Okay, it's kind of like there's like four things happening. It's like it's hard to get comfortable with pushing this region on our own stuff because this is where harshness is. Um, it's also okay. Here's another question: how long are you spending on these mixes? Because I know that you make like 7,000 versions of everything. So how much time are you spending doing this?
Let me think. So this one, okay, I did this. It didn't take more than a day. Did I do it yesterday? Yeah, I did it yesterday. And it probably took like 3 hours maybe. But I don't know what was eating up so much of that time, to be honest. Um, like somehow it seems like when I mix, like a lot of time passes, but I don't make a lot of moves.
Okay.
Might just be like, actually, I do like to A/B things a lot. Like one of the reasons I like the blindfold EQ is that when you do something, like when you move the knob like just a little bit, like it actually boosts it a lot, so you can actually like hear the difference, And then, but then for a lot of the like parametric EQs or pull text, like it's difficult to hear the difference, and I think I end up A/Bing a lot basically.
Okay. Cool. I mean that's valid. Um, so what I would be concerned with, uh, to just kind of do like mix doctoring. Okay, so I know that on a lot of your mixes and on this mix, it's like very specifically 1.5 to 3K. I'm not too worried about 4 to 6K like in general. Like, yeah, we got to have it, but it's not as crucial as like this 1.5 to 3K. Um, the so or it's like 4 to 6K is as important to have it just filled out, but it's way easier to do and it's more perfunctory because it's just like, oh, okay, I'm going to add some like shine on the symbols or whatever, and it's easy. 1.5 to 3K is more of a diagnostic check. So I would be worried about like mix fatigue or ear fatigue because this is a specific this region in particular, like if you're listening at higher volumes or you're spending a lot of time with the mix, it's like you're going to start pulling back in that region. So that's kind of a more like broad overview of it. So like watch out for ear fatigue, watch out for like trying to make quicker decisions, and then you might start gravitating towards having mixes that have more edge and energy. Um
Okay, that makes
th-
sense.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's one thing. In addition, because you are um dialing in like home recording kind of style stuff, it's uh you're not in like a fully treated live room when you're doing your vocal and the guitar stuff, and that's what
Yeah.
things are centered around. There it's like the bass sounds might not be as pleasant, um not like bass but like root sounds, the sound sources, they just might not be as inherently pleasant in those regions. um
Right.
So it's also like getting the perfect capture on these is something, and I think, and honestly, like your guitar and your vocals sound a lot cleaner. I think that your gain structure is more dialed in, but then take this to the next level, get a little more specific with your mic placement, like on the vocal, and everything. Just keep on dialing that in, and then it's going to be easier to push edge if the edge is nicer.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is a vocal move that I think it's on the vocals, but I cut something at 1K or like 1.5K on a Pultec MEQ. I think it's on vocal yes verb, but it
Okay.
also might be it's either that guitar or synth. So that might be something to look at. Um yeah. So
Great.
I think it might mistake or something. Yeah, there we go. Yes, sir.
Cool. Yeah, let's take a look. But yeah, so I just dialed in a little more edge on the drums and a little more presence on the bass, and then also brought the bass out of where kind of everyone is living. So that's kind of where we're at. And yeah, let's just take a look at the vocals.
Ready now to leave, that I'll see them on the other side. This happiness machine that will trap me in the corner of the part of me that knows the only
Okay, it was not on the vocal.
road to happiness. It leads me past your smiling lips. Could deal that I know. Every single day, every
Doesn't look like you cut 1K anywhere.
Yeah, my bad. It must have been on something else. But
Okay.
yeah. And another other thing I see is that actually it might be ear fatigue, right? But also a lot of the times I don't consider like it sounds bad, but sometimes I just don't like if it looks good on pads, and sometimes I don't really consider frequencies as much. Like I definitely spend way more time focusing on like 3K and 4K than 1.5K and 3K just because of how the graph looked, basically. So
Yeah.
yeah, it sounds like that's yeah.
Okay. Also, graphs. Set the low frequency resolution to 10 instead of 40. 10 works better. Also, like if you're using the graph, use it to its best. Set that to 10.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, that sounds like a little bad, but I mean it all makes sense. But it's like this is like 1 to 3K is where the action is at. As far as getting this to be, because I think this is a really good mix, and I mean, like basically, like we're talking about it a really long time, but basically, I'm gonna just start adding that in, and then we're gonna feel like we have a sense of brilliance and shine, and then it's done. So
Okay.
there's just like a couple of moves, so let's just do them.
to leave, that I'll see them on the other side. This happiness machine that will trap me in the corner of the part of me that knows the only road to happiness. It leads me past your smiling lips. Could deal that
Oh, by the way, like so I want to be able to I'm trying to write down these moves, but is there any way I think if I open up a UAD plugin, like it doesn't show me what the thing
Gotcha.
is.
Sure,
Like
I'll
it just
use that. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, totally fair.
every single day. Every logical creation flies like seagulls from the bay. The time could run like rabbits, but you would all.
Okay, so that's too much, but just for the sake of the concept, and this was like in your notes. I mean, it's like, okay, it feels like there's a lot of masking, and so it's burying the vocals at like 600, and like to a degree that's happening, but it's also like everyone just kind of has meat and potatoes between 5 and 700. Like that's just the nature of the stuff, and this is kind of a dense mix. So it's like do what you can in that region, but then it's like if you want the vocal to be louder, it's like I've pulled up this Pultec and 1.5K is one of the settings, and this is basically just a louder dial at this point. Like, and it doesn't even change the timbre of the voice that much. It just feels like it's more forward in the mix the more that I push it. And if I push it to an extreme degree, it's not even going to sound bad. It's not the right decision. It's too much. But, I mean, you know, just watch what happens. Okay, like, that's too much. Like, all the way up at 10. That's too much. Now I can hear, like, a little bit of, like, fizz and, like, breakup. I don't want that. But I'm going to put it there. Now the vocal is super forward in the mix and super clear. And it's like that, you know, that's it.
Yes. Okay. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Louder dial, 600 hertz. Uh. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. I remember what I was thinking, and it doesn't have to do with the vocal. So okay, just
Okay.
keep on going. But at some point, I wanted to get to the guitars because there was a lot of EQ moves that I made, and then I just ended up like completely bypassing it, and I spent like way too long doing that. Like it was like 40
Cool.
minutes. So
Yeah. I mean, that's it for vocals. I mean, like, that's, you know, 1.5K. I pushed it up a little bit, and now the vocals are loud, you know? So let's look at the guitars.
Right.
Is it, do we have a reasonable bus?
it's gonna be EG dash distorted, I think.
Yeah,
EG
cool.
dash distorted. Yeah. It's gonna be EG dash distorted.
Like seagulls from the bay. The time could run like rabbits, but you would always stay. I know it's gone. All my friends and family, I'm ready now to leave. That I'll see them on the other side. This happiness machine that will trap me in the corner of the part of me that knows the only road to happiness. It leads me past your smiling lips. Could deal that I know.
Okay. So, I'm just like EQing them how I would EQ them. So, you know, high cut, and then I'm just using like 2 bells, from 100 to 200 to just kind of like gently cut the guitar, like within that like low mid region. It's letting the bass breathe a little bit, and we get more bass, and we get like that nice bass, and it feels good. And then I'm also getting way more stereo definition out of everything, and I'm like experiencing the pans and everything. So that just feels really good. And like, sure, dip it a little bit in that boxy region. It's great. Now that said, what I would say is like I see that there's like 3 pro EQs on here. Just try to do it in one. and like commit to the one, and then make it like that easy on yourself. And now let's hop on
Gotcha.
our friend. Let's go to 2K.
Every logical creation flies like seagulls from the bay. The time could run like rabbits, but you would always stay. I know it's gone. My friends and family, I'm ready now to leave. That I'll see them on the other side. This happiness machine that will trap me in the corner of the part of me that knows the only road to happiness. It leads me past your smiling lips. Could the
Okay, and then I added some 2K, and then I cut some away at 1.5K, and like, you'll want to bury like that relationship of like 1.5K cut on the guitar and 1.5K boost on the vocal is going to determine how they balance against each other. So, just keep that in mind.
Okay. What is the difference between 1.5K and 2K? Oh wait,
Very
actually, sorry.
little.
I just re-explained. Yeah.
It's like if we thought about it tonally, it's like, I don't know, like 3 notes. So all I want to do, I just want to add upper mid range on the guitars, and it's like if you're not blowing up 2K, which it's not blown up at all, it's like it's fine to push it. And the reason that I chose 2K is that I know that guitars can sound decent at 2K, and that's where they can have edge. And that vocal did sound good at 1.5K. So I kind of already committed to that decision. So I don't want to put them both at 1.5K. That would be bad.
Mhm.
So I just kind of chose
Okay.
one or the other. And I didn't like love the vocal at 2K, so I put it at 1.5K.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, that
Uh,
makes sense.
cool. Um,
that I know every single day. Every logical creation flies like seagulls from the bay. The time could run like rabbits, but you would always stay.
yeah. I mean, that's for it. Let me.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I think your church description still says electric violin stuff. I don't know if that. Yeah.
Oh,
So
whoops. Yeah, that's an accident. Uh, thanks for pointing that out.
um, but yeah, that sounds like a decent amount to work on. What do I need to look for in mastering after I export this mix down? Oh, and also, do you think I need to low? Oh, actually, you did low cut or sorry, high pass the. So yeah, never mind. What was I gonna say? Yeah. I mean, I was. What do I need to do? Between after I finish this mix and make all these changes, and then master, or how do I after that, like for in terms of mastering?
Um, I would, since you have the luxury of mixing it, um, mix it a little bit, and make sure like throughout the mix be adding energy into the like perceived loudness, volume, a region of like 1.5 to 3K. Be very aware of that in the mix, and then do your mix, and then in the mastering stage, all you got to do is kind of check your work and be very aware of what's happening in that problem area for you, the 1.5 to 3K. And I would, dial that in on the master if need be. And if it can't get dialed in with a 2 to 3 dB booster cut, then that means it's got to go back to the mix. There is definitely, I would want to add air with something like I would use. I mean, personally, I would use the Kush Clariphonic. But I don't know if I've told you to grab it yet, but the Slate Fresh Air, it was free for at least the last couple of weeks, and I think it's still free. So pick that up, just something like a nice like shelvy exciter, and I would just I wouldn't even worry about it on the master on it. I mean on the mix, honestly, just on the master I would toss like the Fresh Air or the Clariphonic on, and just put it up like to like 10%, and that's just gonna do like a nice gentle shelf above 10K, and kind of open it up, take the blanket off the speakers, and then I would just I would probably tilt it a little bit and do like a general like low end like 60 little beef, and like a Pultec, and then just do
Okay.
1 dB of compression and make it hit the limiter nice and call it a day.
Okay. Gotcha. 1 dB compression, and then I just had another question. So what kind of kick should I be looking for, or
Something
actually one that already is there? Like, actually, no, I want a new kick, like, because that one I feel like it's very thwacky and not so much. Like I want something that does have a lot of like 60, but like anyway,
yeah.
what kick should I be looking for?
Okay, so I mean like first things first, it's like then uh get rid of the contact kick that you already have. Like if you don't like that kick, then just find a new kick and don't try to layer it on with it. But I would be looking for like something from I mean, do you have like the Abbey Road drum kits from Native Instruments?
I just have this one. I just have the late 60s and early 60s. Um,
Okay, yeah,
yeah,
I would be looking from that era. Like I want like you're already on you're on the right path. I would be picking up like a 60s kick on this. Um which it's going to be inherently less bottom heavy like from that era. So if you're looking for something heavier, I would just like kind of click around on those kicks and see if you can find something heavier, but that's still like really really nice and open, and has that like air and that push. That's what I really love about the kick that's on it right now. Um so look, I mean just kind of like go through that kit and see if you can find something that's more up your alley. Now, if you're just dead set on something with a ton of low end, then you're gonna want to push into um, like a '70s like John Bonham kit, or I mean, you're not gonna be looking for like an '80s metal kick uh,
right.
or even like the '90s stuff. So it's gonna be like either like search through some 60s kits and try to find something with enough low end for you. A Bonham style kick. I mean, you could search around for some like Led Zeppelin direct samples or Led Zeppelin ish kicks. And that should give you a pretty good bottom end. And then if that doesn't work for you, you're going to want something that's like very, very modern. Um, like some Chris Lord Algae kicks, uh, from like some pop punk or something. Something in that range is gonna have a lot of those sonic characteristics. But to
Gotcha.
fit with
Okay, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was just gonna say that I'm for the first half, like I'm probably just gonna have the same kick because I think in the second half it kind of like I mean the arrangement for the second one changes, but I'm gonna make sure that I have one throughout the song. But what were you about to say about the making
Oh,
sure something or
I mean, I would say that like the vibe of the song, I think that the vibe is so dialed in that like I would want to keep it like along the lines of like a very very classic kick, and it's like I would sacrifice some of that modern low end extension to keep this vibe, to preserve it as much as possible. Is I guess like my ultimate thing. Like I think that the entire sonic blueprint of this song feels very cohesive as it is.
okay. One thing I was worried about in that case is like where they have like triple thwacks or whatever like that. That might not fit with a like more classic kick.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And that's
but
yeah, it's like those. Oh, sorry, what's that?
yeah. What were you saying? I didn't have
Yeah,
anything there.
yeah, it's like it was like those triplet moments that I was like it it didn't just not fit with the kick, it didn't really fit with the piece as a whole. And that's like me stepping into like production and like composition. It's like I'm not sure that that's a it feels counter to the piece to a degree. So it's like I might just like I would cut them.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. It's
Yeah. I mean, it
y-
might just be
yeah,
a like sometimes I mean, sometimes the answer is to like delete some stuff. And that's like never that's never what people like to hear, but it's like sometimes it's like, oh yeah, we want it to drive, so we're gonna add like some galloping bass, and we're gonna add this, and we're gonna add this sparkly synthesizer, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna put this
yeah.
on it, and like so on, and that's like very exciting, and like a lot of the times it works, and then sometimes there's like some wet blanket goes into the room, and they're like, yeah, what if we just like didn't do that? And sometimes that's the right answer.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's weird. I'm trying to think of why I put that in. It was like, oh, I feel I don't know exactly why. It's just like it's definitely something that's like very different from where like the first like half of it basically, and then it suddenly
Absolutely.
just comes in. And then like I don't know, it's like very weird, but I don't know if I have to decide if I like that or not because well let's say we are going for that vibe where it's like very kind of kind of conflicting or whatever like that, then then, I mean, would there be anything I could do to this kick to make it sound obviously, I should fill the rest of the arrangement out 'cause there's just parts where it just drops out, right? But, like, would there be some things that I could do in that case? In the
Yeah.
case where I want to, like, make it, kind of conflicting or something like
Yeah.
that? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if you want that conflict, then it's been achieved. Is the thing. Like you did do it. Now it's a question of like, if we want conflict, it's there. Then it's like, how much conflict do we want? So there's conflict purely from that triplet rhythm. Like even without changing the texture or the timbre, it's just like out of place to even have that fill come in. So, like, one thing would be okay, well, let's keep that rhythm, but then keep it within the same kick so that we're not introducing too much, or just fully commit to it. It'd just be like, okay, um, drop out the original kick when the triplet comes in so that they're not, because it's weird if they're playing over each other. It's like musically questionable. If one just
Yeah,
didn't
exactly.
exist, and then for that measure you had a new kick come in and go bop 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 and do that really busy fill, and then it went back to the original kick, or a new kick takes over, that's going to feel more, it's going to feel simultaneously more glued while also being conflicting. And like that's something to play with as an idea. It's not necessarily the
Yeah,
right
that makes.
answer.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I'm gonna like cut out one of the kicks because I can't. The only reason I have both of them in was because I didn't notice a difference, but I think there is one for sure. So okay, so that's something I'll. You know what? You know, I think I should do. I should ask some other people about it to see what they think.
Yeah.
Just in case. Yeah, and then if they're like, yeah, this is like destroying the like vibe of the song, or like it depends on what they think, because because for me, I've definitely lost perspective at this point. So I mean, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to finish because I've already lost perspective. I'm just like a zombie, like trying to cross to the finish line.
Yeah.
But
I mean, this song
like
rules.
yeah.
This is a
Okay,
really good
cool.
song.
Okay, so yeah.
Um,
Oh, thanks a lot, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really good. Now, so like all that said, like that's some stuff that you could do musically. Now, from a mixing perspective, what I would do if someone came to me and was like, "I want to create contrast and I want more to happen, I want to feel the delineation, and they wanted to accomplish that in the mix." I wouldn't like go and like throw a new sample on or anything like that. What I would do from a mixing perspective, and maybe this is it, is automate certain elements to just subtly change from like verse to chorus to bridge. Like sometimes it's as easy as like and sometimes this is all it is, especially on like a slick like indie rock album. uh I'll just ride the bass. I'll just like bring the bass down 2 dB um on verses, and then bring it up on choruses, and then bring it down on verses, and it does a ton without actually like changing a bunch of stuff. So like some bass automation, or if that's not cutting it, I'll do like some EQ automation, like specifically on the low end, like just shave it back for certain moments and then bring out some big low end on the big moments, and then it kind of does like a perceptual psychological thing. You're like, oh, it's bigger here, or do it on guitars, like make them really narrow in the stereo feel. And I guess this is all just built
Yeah.
around like this section of the song becomes something we take, like we have the same elements, like we still have the same instruments and all that stuff, but their roles change a little bit from section to section. So it's like narrow guitars in the verse, and then they're wide in the chorus, or vice versa. Or the guitars are really pulled back on the verses, but then they're huge on the choruses, or vice versa. The vocal could kind of change its perception between verse and chorus, and then we're playing with like that's how I would approach it from a mix rather than a production standpoint.
Yep. Yep. Okay. And then okay, yeah, about that. When you ride, I figured out how to use my MIDI controller to ride the volume, but do you do that using like do that while it's playing, or do you just like go in and click in the automation
I just
and
draw
like
it
do.
in.
Oh yeah, you draw it. That's great, cause yeah, cause it's kind of too hard to anticipate the Okay, that makes sense. That's what I sometimes do. So that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that's all I had to ask about. I think I have a lot of changes to make. Um, if for those UIDs, would you mind like sending me a screenshot of some of those UIDs so I can dial in the settings and see how they
Yeah,
sound
for sure.
and see what they're doing?
I think I only
I
wound
think
up
just
putting like one on, but I'll go through and
yeah.
make sure it's all dialed in.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks a lot, Scott. This yeah, thanks a lot. Oh yeah, yeah. And then for 4K, do I need to boost more stuff, or should I just
Don't even worry about
like
it.
worry about? Okay, that makes sense. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, that makes sense. Cause
yeah.
'cause the
It's
only
like
reason I would really worry about it is 'cause of the graph, so yeah.
it's like 4 to 6K. I If it's scoopy and it still sounds good and the song still sounds like the song, I'm just not nearly as worried about it if I as when I'm Scoopy at like 1.5K. Then I'm like, I've got
What
a
are the
problem.
important like is what are the important places that you need to have like 1.5K, like you know?
So as far as loudness and definition, 1 to 3K.
Mhm,
It's where the human ear is the most sensitive.
gotcha. And then for everything else, it's I guess that makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah, and
like
then
there's some songs that 100, so that makes sense.
yeah, totally. And then, like mid range, like 500, 600. That's where the fundamentals of like a lot of the melody instruments are. So there's just gonna generally be a lot happening there. Um, if we're too heavy-handed in that region in any direction, it'll sound unnatural because it's the fundamental of the instruments. So, just be kind of gentle from 500 to 1K. Just keep things controlled. Um, the Zen master mixing advice is that like the best mid-range EQ is your volume slider. Like just like balance them
Wait,
against each other with volume, and then mix like outside of that. So 500 to 1K, everything lives there. Balance them and make them play nice. Uh, 1 to 3K, that's where definition is. That's where something is going to sound like it's either going to sound hollow, too far away, non-defined, or it's going to sound harsh. And then
right.
right in the
Yep.
middle is sweet spot perfection.
Okay, cool. And then last thing, wait, sorry, the fader thing, I'm actually super confused because like I started using mix tool instead of fader,
Yeah.
and I thought that was just because you want your faders to make small adjustments at the end, but does it actually boost the mid range more? Is that just like a perception thing, or like
Oh, no, no, no.
what?
It doesn't boost the mid range more. It's that because the fundamentals are the mid range, it's that by it just automatically does it. It's not weighted towards the mids.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
yeah, totally.
cool. All right, thanks a lot, Scott. Yeah, cool.
Okay, sweet. I'll see you next time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll see you next time, and I'll get you make sure those files are dialed in. And I guess like anyone in the Discord can actually like join. Like, there's no reason that I was able to join, but not other people. Like that could be kind of cool too. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna hop off this call now, and then if you send me that file, then I'll try to figure out what's happening, and then yeah, thanks a ton, Scott. I'll see you later.
Cool. Yeah, I'll see you. Yeah, we'll like dial in the Discord and everything. There's only like 6 people on it right now, so I don't think we're gonna have any like uh, terrible things happen, or it won't get too confusing. But yeah, I'll eventually make like some rooms where yeah, yeah, definitely we'll have a private channel in the future. All right, that was fun. That was some cool stuff. So if you are watching, this is a ton of open studio. We just got off a one-on-one session with Mason, who's doing some like mixing lessons with me. That's how it works. That's what it looks like. We go in and look at sessions. Um, so we're back to just regular old open studio. If you've got a track that you want me to take a look at, feel free to send it in. I'm going to go ahead and hang out for a little bit. Uh, yeah, that's where we're at. All right, if you are just popping in, this is a ton of open studio. I'm here every night at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you want to send in a mix for some fresh perspective and some technical dialing in and tightening up, feel free to send it to atonuvrecords@gmail.com. It's that email right there. And there are some guidelines for sending in stuff up at the top of the screen. Oh, and Elias, mouth denoise. Wait, I can't remember if denoise is the same as declick. Yeah, so voice denoise is is more about getting rid of like background noises and like if someone like I literally like someone like tripped in the room while someone was doing a vocal take and you know something went like bang 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 bang. Like voice denoise is more for stuff like that. And then declick is more geared towards uh those very specific mouth sounds. And yeah, they do function differently. I'll pop it open. Yeah, voice denoise is more of like a spectral multiband EQ. Yeah, yeah. Dang, I couldn't remember if declick was in the elements. I mean I was doing I still do like a fair degree of like restoration stuff, so like RX is pretty invaluable. So I had to. Yeah, I had to do it. Um yeah. Folks, this is a ton of open studio. We're here every single night at 6 p.m. Eastern. There's an email right there if you're working on something. Guidelines scrolling across the top of the screen. Just did a big old like one-on-one mix breakdown. So I am tired is the feeling. So I'm gonna hang out for another little bit. If some stuff starts coming in, we're gonna start rolling. It will fill me with energy and joy to hear your music. And if not, I'll see you all tomorrow. And yeah, without the plugin, you can control mouth sound stuff with some like mic technique. You know, if you start to notice it and you start to hear it, and it starts to drive you insane, as it will after you have been cursed with the knowledge of how much sound your tongue makes, then microphone placement will help. Like that's always like best practice is to do exactly that. And I was playing around with sampling in between track submissions, which I think I'm going to do from now on, but my sampler died while I was teaching, and I'm just don't want to mess with it right now. So for anyone who missed it, in addition to filling in time with sampling, we can fill our time with the sweet, sweet, unholy sound of what your mouth sounds like. This is kind of my favorite. I love making people listen to this. Like your esophagus opening and closing. I promise I'm only going to do it like once a week. It'll be let's see, what day is it? Friday, right? So I think Mouth Sound Friday is gonna go in the calendar. Just chatting Mouth Sound Fridays here on a ton of Open Studio. So yeah, and you start to hear it like when you talk, and you just know, because you know it's like we're just like a skeleton. All right, fair enough. If you can't hang with Mouth Sound Friday, you know, we're gonna the real hardcore streamers are gonna be all about Mouth Sound Friday. I could put a oh man. Let's just go ahead. Did that work? I'm pretty sure that I just made my own voice do it. Okay, okay. I'm done. I'm done. I thought it's it's mildly fun, but I am done. But it's pretty cool that you can do it. which it brings us to the one of the top rules of like music editing, uh, and it is just because you can doesn't mean that you should. So it's called so it's Isotope RX Mouth D Click is the plugin. And yeah, it rules. It saved my life that one time that I had that session that just it was gonna be impossible to save. So like big ups to Isotope. And then on like ever since I grabbed it, I use it on everything. It's a very specific problem on vocals, and it is a very specific solution. Okay. The first way is to just exercise really excellent microphone technique and make sure that you're just staying hydrated, because it's a lot of it is like lip smacking and like dry tongue against the back of your throat and stuff. That's where it's coming from. So like that is the cheapest solution. Uh, then the next way to do it is you have to zoom in to the wave to like the end degree and look for where the wave like kind of like wavers, and then you take an edit tool and you make it go away, and you do it through wave editing, and it generally works. And then that's kind of like all you got. You could theoretically dial in like a really, really targeted de-esser, but unfortunately, I just don't know of a better tool for the job. And it's a bummer because I think that Mouth D-Click used to be a part of Elements, which is very reasonably priced. But Elias just checked, and it looks like it's only in the full RX now, and that is spendy. So, and this is I do offer for my friends. I run I people send me vocal stems, and I run them through Mouth D-Click for them. That's like a little like side hustle that I have. It's like it's a very niche audio market. So Mason, I'll just declick it for you if you want. Just yeah, the guitars are the stereo imaging. Oh, like do a different left cut and right cut on the guitars? Yeah, I would absolutely do that. Don't do a bunch of narrow cuts, just do like 2 on each side. Yeah, it would absolutely work. It'll The principle there on like the left verb right verb thing that I do is that the human ear perceives differences on its two sides as being inherently more distinct. So it's a way of increasing stereo width without actually pushing things further to the side. So that's why I do it. Yeah, so Mason, when you finish the mix on this track, bounce me out the vocal and I will declick it for you. Yeah, Elias, I'll see you next time. And I think I'm out of here too. So if anyone has any last minute questions or a last minute track, feel free to drop it in. If not, I'm heading out. I'll see folks tomorrow. All right. Best of New Year's to everybody. This was a really, really cool way